Hey Raz, how's things going on your end today? Hey Scott. That's good, at least you got that piece finished. No more problems with the printer? Oh, hopefully that works out for you, Raz. Still never had a chance to use that milliput stuff. I know a lot of people love it, so one day I'll check it out. Anything good on YouTube or just goofing off? Well, you can have both going. I'm just doing a catch-up today on commissions since I was at the Transformer Con, so I want to kind of get my schedule back. Well, let me know how it works, Scott. I swear by Eve, so it's kind of my go-to for everything. Hey, 234. This is a sideshow Chitara from Thundercats. It's an original character for somebody that actually made up an original character with like stories. So they contacted me a while back and they wanted to make their character. So we did some brainstorming. So it's the Chitara. So what I did is I cut up her feet and I'm making the shoes. And we're going to set her up on another base. And then I'll start doing the custom work. See how it works out at the end. It's a pretty cool character. I like the idea of somebody making up their original character and then trying to get, like, you know, that statue on their shelf. It's kind of cool. Cool thing about this though, there is a rod that came down here for the original sculpt, and they actually did put that rod all the way up the leg, so you could kind of see it here. So it does go up the leg, except the way it was pinned wasn't going to work for what I needed it to. So I chopped it out and I put this metal rod up to about here. So she's pretty much in good shape right now. Hey Chris, how's it going? It's one of the few sideshow statues that I actually noticed they actually did put a rod up the leg. I wish it was a little bit of a better system, but at least they did something for her. I'm hanging in there, Chris, getting work done. Just plugging away. I made a circle base for her today, so that's in the garage curing up. Just gotta sand it down and start setting her up on the base, and then I can continue with the custom work. Character has armored legs, a skirt, and an armored chest and armored arm guards. It's kind of like a knight, like some kind of a female knight character. Only thing is the cape is the one thing we might get delayed on. But we'll figure that out when I get to that. What's up, Raphael? So I showed this rogue statue a while back. We're changing up the base. We're going to do a cloud base. So I reset this up. And I put lead weights over here to hold this stuff down. So we're going to do like a cloud base. But at least it won't tip over. I think I might do some of this once I get these hands situated. So I'm kind of all over the place, but gotta get all this stuff done. Pencils? You mean brushes or pencils? So where's screen? Hey customizer, how's it going? Alright, so on this Scream statue, the client had a head sculpted for me. So what I did is I bent the rod all the way around for the hair, and then I created a key system. So now this head will go in there like so, and I don't have to worry about the head or hair turning her around. So at least that's kind of... So what I gotta do is her legs, finish up the upper body, and I gotta finish up the hands. And then I can work on the hair, and that's it, because the client's gonna paint it up. So I worked on the hands a little bit more today. Kind of hard to see. I'm trying to get them situated. Yeah, Raz, I've actually had a couple of Amazon orders cancel on me too. I guess because they have it in stock, but it's all in those cargo ships in the ports, and they're not getting them out. So Amazon just canceled them on me. They said you can reorder when it's actually able to ship or something. Yeah, I've actually had a couple things shipped to me from like New York, except it went all the way up like north, like to Minnesota, and then it would come back down to Jersey. I don't know what the hell that means. I guess maybe there's not enough planes in the air. People are still scared, so it's got to go on to certain planes that actually come down this area or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. So maybe that's why stuff's getting lost. I think this container's just about tapped. Yeah, everything's a mess. What did I see? Now comic books can't have second printings anymore because there's a paper shortage now. So like comic books, novels, stuff like that's in short order because I guess it's all stuck in the ports. Yep, things are dry. It's not that the things are dried up, it's just that things are sitting there in California. So maybe once they start getting all those things done. Yeah, I saw it on a YouTube video last night. So supposedly there was a couple articles that came out that comic book companies can't do second printings now because there's a paper shortage. And then that means a lot of, like, you know, books that write novels or whatever for, you know, Barnes and Noble and stuff like that are sort of having an issue too. Yeah, I have about a few things on order that have shipped, but they're just like sitting in like a port at the moment. So I don't know when the hell that stuff is coming. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to get another thing of backup on Aves. Just use that up. So hopefully Aves will have a sale. I did get a chance to hit Hobby Lobby. Tons of stuff there. But nothing I really was like that stood out. But at least Hobby Lobby has lots and lots of stuff. So that's a good thing. Hey, what's up, Raccoon? Hey, what's up, Iceman? How's it going? Funny, we're talking about shipping and services, and the UPS just emailed me 2022 shipping rates. Ground Air International goes up 5.9%. Holy crap. Yup, next year's gonna be crazy with shipping. Be prepared. Yeah, Iceman, you're doing a good job on it. I'm sorry to get a chance to really look at it too much. Been kind of working my ass off lately. But it's coming together pretty nicely. You must be happy after all these years working on it. Well, that's good. As long as you're happy with it, you're learning, checking out the tutorials. Sure, it'll turn out really nice once it's done. I'm just working my ass off, pretty much, just trying to catch up. That's a good mistake then, Raz. I've done that a few times myself. Send a work in progress to the wrong person. Trying to get a little closer. Yeah, the retarder and glaze you definitely can. But like I said, I don't know what that stuff does. Like when you try to use certain clear coats, if it reacts or anything. So it's just something you might need to test out. You got to make sure the stuff's probably dry. I've always had bad experience, so that's why I don't use this stuff. Yeah, this is it's a mix of a fixed sculpt and epoxy sculpt, but I use a red epoxy sculpt because I like to be able to see what I'm doing. So that's why I use red. Because I prime everything. So when I put the Aves on there with the red, I can see what I'm doing. It's the same thing as the gray. It just has a red dye in it. That's all it is. They have other colors as well. It's just that I got hooked on the red when they had the sales, and red was always on sale. So I would buy it because it was, you know, I would use it for other projects, and I just started getting used to it. So now I just like using red. Trying to make the hands a little bit more Venom-like. It's getting there. Actually, if I was painting this, it really wouldn't. It would take a while, but the person who's gonna paint it, I told them to do a nice texture of red first, and then paint it up in the yellow, and it should look pretty cool. Just one of those projects where I'm doing the custom work and then they're gonna paint it. Haven't done one of those in a long time, but people have asked me in the past. That's alright, everyone's sculpting digital now, so that's kinda where it's at. Iceman, you should actually try and sculpt once in a while, just for fun, just regular without digital, just to see if you like it or get used to it or just mess around once in a while. Sounds like you got a lot more to go. Well, I mean, it's shaping up there pretty well. I remember when you started sculpting it a while back. Like I said, you must be happy to at least have it 3D printed now. Stay there, but mess up. Alright. That sounds good. Yeah, the outclad, what kind of outclad? Is it the pale gold? Sort of remember what the outfit looks like him from the movie. Oh, the chrome. Yeah, the only way the chrome is really going to show, though, is if whatever you painted on, it's really super smooth. Like a gloss black or gloss color. So keep that in mind with that stuff. It's not really super friendly to try to paint on something that's rough. And once you do the outclad, you can't really seal it. Even their Alclad Aqua Gloss still does it, that double dull it down a bit. I love the Alclad Chrome, it's just that it sucks though whenever you go to seal it. Doesn't like it. I wish they would fix that. AK Interactive makes some decent stuff. You should check their stuff out. They have a chrome. They also got a really nice gunmetal. I like using their stuff. I've also found that the AK Interactive stuff, you can actually use Spaztec clear on it. It sort of dulls it down a little bit, but once it kind of cures up, you get a really cool sheen to it. Beverly? What do you mean? Just random stuff that I'm doing, or commission-wise? I got a couple other projects for my YouTube videos. One, I'm going to use the Deja Thors from Sideshow once Velma's done. Trying to hunt down a couple other statues if I can get them. I'm looking for a Sideshow Catwoman, the first one, if I could get a good deal on that. And then I'm looking for a another black canary. Alright, I think the hands are coming along alright. Got to make them removable and then tweak them out a bit in the end palms, and I think we'll be good on those. Yeah, this is a scream I'm doing for somebody. It's the one of the Venom symbiotes. This is a, whatchamacallit, the Black Widow from Sideshow, the one with the cloth. So far we have the head. Been working on it a little bit here and there. Giganta is from the Power Girl, and I'm doing the animated. Let's see. If the Aves is hard enough right now, I can work on her bracelet, and then I could go on the other stuff. So let's move some of this stuff away for now. So this is the Giganta that I'm doing. It's being made from the Sideshow Power Girl. So I did go to Hobby Lobby. I looked through the store for about an hour and a half, and I really couldn't find much for her, but I did find this one little piece here. I like this little blue piece, so I'm thinking this piece could go on this bracelet here, just to kind of, it's kind of like a whitish blue, and I don't think it'll really take your eyes away from the item. And then I found these pieces here, which I think I can use for the earrings. Kind of go up a little bit more. So I think these will be a good start for the earrings, you know. I needed to find something that had a hole in it that I can kind of put a pin through and Dremel it in there and get it locked in place. Now I did try to look for something for her belt buckle here, and I couldn't find anything. So I'm going to have to sculpt this. It's just kind of the way it happened. So I did sand this down, and I was toying with the idea to give the belt a texture. Now when I say texture, I was thinking of rolling out a really thin layer of Aves and put it on top of the belt, and then grab something maybe like tin foil and break it up and give it like a cracked effect. What do you guys think of something like that? Like, sort of like, it's not a perfectly smooth belt, it's got like cracks on it, and then if I do a wash of like that bronze over the pale gold, maybe it'll look a little old and worn. Just thinking of trying something like that. You know, as much as I want it all to look perfectly clean, I thought maybe trying something different on it would kind of, you know, instead of trying to make her super perfect and elegant, kind of make it a little bit different. I don't know. We'll have to experiment. I'm thinking if I grab tin foil, like we could grab an experiment now. Let me grab some tin foil. just say we did a nice little thin layer of A's on top of this, just a thin layer, right? And then we grab tin foil, kind of break it up, and then somehow use baby powder probably. We have to use, it's a good thing to experiment now. So you put a layer, and I would cut it, make it all even, right? Where the hell's the baby powder? I don't know, Beverly. This was kind of like a Patreon choice. So, it's kind of just something I was thinking of doing. That's not... it's kind of too... Gotta try to... Might not work the way I want it to. But Beverly, the way this one came about was on the Patreon's choice. I gave a bunch of different characters to choose from. So it's kind of... As far as the Wonder Woman movie, who knows what they will do. As far as DC goes, I don't... Never know what the hell they're gonna do with stuff. They made Wonder Woman's outfit look almost, you know, comic accurate, but what they did with Cheetah was kind of weird. Wasn't really a fan of it too much. So, if we try this, which I don't know if it's really going to work. That's not too much of a good noise from the camera. So what if we did a belt with a texture like that? You guys think that's too much? Or you think that might kind of look pretty cool? Yeah, I don't know why the camera was doing that. You think that's too texturized? What if we try this instead of the powder? What if I did something like take the tool? So what if I kind of crack it? What if I did something like that around the belt? So we could do a hammered metal, or we can do a cracked item, sort of like that. Now the idea, Ice Man, it's supposed to be like a gold belt. So we could go with like a hammered belt or something more like that. I don't mind this because it might actually look kind of cool when we get like the gold on it. So maybe go with the hammer then. Alright, I guess we could try that. Alright, I think probably gonna have to do the belt first then, before the bracelet. Because trying to go in this direction with this will be a pain. Alright, let me roll out some A's. Let's see how this works. Thank you, Beverly. I appreciate it. I wish I could make more characters all the time and faster, but I can only do so much at a time. A's. Camera. So cut a thin layer, put it around. Let's get a new X-Acto blade. This is a Sideshow Collectibles Power Girl. So I chopped it up and we're making the Giganta out of it. So it basically is a production item. And it's let me go throw some, actually let's do the other side first. And then I'll throw baby powder all over it. It's gonna be fun to do the hair on this one. Should look pretty cool when she's all done. Nah, I don't think the hair will be that. This won't be that hard on this one. Once I get the bangs and the main head done, the back of the hair should go fairly fast. It's just a matter of making it a little bit more puffy than normal. I think the skirt's going to be the most work on this one. Only because I'll have to do the shape first and then detail it up another day. Sort of like what I did with the Velma. Yeah, for this skirt, it's not going to be as wrinkly, a little bit more straightforward skirt, I think, and it should work. I know this is an extra step of sculpting the skirt and then sanding it down and then doing a texture on top, but at least now I know it's all even doing it this way. Because if I had to sculpt the belt first and then try to do the texture at the same time, I might kind of warp it too much. So at least I sort of have a guide now. Alright, let me go hit this with some baby powder. Let's try and crumple up a good piece here. Hey Fangirl, how's it going? right. Can you guys see it okay? I think it's looking pretty decent. Sorry, I got a weird camera angle for you guys, I know. Alright, can you guys see that okay? What do you think? So since I couldn't find anything for the center, we're gonna have to sculpt it in. First things first, let's fill this little hole. No, she's got that little triangle in the front of her belt. I was thinking of following that. If I can... I wonder why the image is locked. Hold on a second. Got all these other images. What the hell? Got that little triangle thing, so I was thinking maybe just do that. So think of something just like that. because, you know, I mean, we're deviating from the cartoon a little bit, but adding that there. So I guess in some of it, it's actually like a pure triangle, so it connects. Maybe I have to do that. Something like that. I think that works a little bit better for her. I'll have to sand it down and tweak it. I was looking for anything I could put in the back of this, and sadly I looked everywhere at Hobby Lobby. I didn't really find anything, so why don't we try and do the same thing as the front. But let's kind of do our own little... Might as well just paint it all gold. Nah, it doesn't fit the character. If it did, I have plenty of little skulls I could have put in there. I was looking for more like more things like this. Where is it? More little circle ones like this color. But I couldn't find anything that was like not overpowering. They were either like bright green or bright reds and blues, and just trying to find something more subtle. I couldn't find it. But I think that'll work for the back of it. You know what we could do? It's just kind of... just like the front, we do it in the back. Worst case scenario, if I do find something, I could always Dremel it out. You never know, maybe I'll come across something. So what do you guys think? Think that belt would look pretty decent now? I mean, I could go back to it and try that, but for right now, it's easier to just let it cure. I can buff it down tomorrow, and then I can come back and see if I need to do something else to it. But for right now, it's kind of like a guide, just kind of how I work Aves. Instead of trying to all force it in one shot, Aves is kind of better layering and layering. Only because it kind of cures in like a short amount of time. Let's get this camera out of my face. You guys think that's a good size, or do you think we should go higher? I know I drew it up there, but go a little bit higher on that. And maybe we'll go a little bit higher. Well, this is the Captain Morgan pose. Basically, most statues are always kind of like one leg up anyway right now. So I'm thinking is I'll let that cure. I'll kind of sand it down to make it look like a nice setup armor. And then what I'll do is add a little bit of a edge around the top parts. What we could do now is sort of hit the holes where we could put the string. So we figure one string here, right? And here, 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 and then there. Hey Thomas, yes, I use baby powder so this way it doesn't get sticky. So that's why you see a lot of this little baby powder kind of in my hands. So I'm using baby powder slash the safety solvent. Yeah, we're going to do laces and straps on it just to kind of change it up. I know sometimes it's usually kind of in the inside of the arm, but we're just trying something a little bit different this time. Kind of what we planned out last stream. So what I was thinking is, what if we put a rod in the inside, and then afterwards we could make it look like hinges where it looks like it kind of hinged around, or is that something that wouldn't have been done? kind of think of something a little different to it. What I usually do is, so say I need to put something on her, well, with the head. Alright, so say I need to bond something to the head. What I usually do is I wet up the aves, you know, and get this dry, and that bonds it pretty well to the, you know, the head. But then if I need to do a texture or something, if you have baby powder on that area, it doesn't stick anymore. So that's kind of what I use the baby powder for. So this way, if you're kind of doing something in there, it's not sticking. But if it's like super wet and then you try and do it, it kind of gets tacky. So that's kind of what I do. That's what I use the baby powder for. But as long as you kind of clean up your area and you get this nice and tacky again, your A's will bond to it no problem. So all this baby powder that's over here, you just kind of clean it off a little bit, you know, like the safety solvent. You just take the safety solvent and you just kind of clean it away, and the baby powder is off that area. It gets on your brush. And then if you need to throw some more baby powder, you throw it back on. It'll get cakey though if you're not careful, if you throw too much safety solvent and baby powder. But if you're just throwing on just enough, it'll be fine. And if you don't know what safety solvent is, Aves make safety solvent. It's a special chemical that you use to soften it up. You know, I dip my finger in it and I get it nice and soft. And then you can use the paintbrush and kind of do whatever. But I think that's as far as I could go on her today without screwing any of it up. So I'm going to have to sand stuff down and come up with an idea for doing a little bit more trim around there. Yeah, I'm just going to let it, I'll sand it down, and then maybe I can add another layer on top and do some texture stuff. I think that's what I'll come up with for next one. Hey Jacob, doing good, just plugging away on projects. Got her belt pretty close to where we want it. What time is it? 5 o'clock. Let's see what else I can kind of get going. Thomas, thanks for the dono. I appreciate it. And anytime, man. That's why I'm here. Pop in the stream. You got any questions? Ask away. I'll try my best to help you out. So this is the X23 Sideshow. We're turning into, I don't know how to say her name. Is it Laria or Laria or Lara? It's L-A-I-R-A. So what I think I might do is put her mask on. That's what I might do. I think the Aves is strong enough where I could do the mask right now. Yeah, this is a Red Lantern. Somebody wanted this character for their collection, and probably no one's ever gonna make it. Jacob, I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that. But the outfit's looking pretty good now, once I was able to sand it down. So her, I'm gonna have my friend 3D print the emblems for me. He's got to do a couple others, and what I'll do is I'll just 3D print it and like just Dremel this out and put it right there. I think I'm gonna do it a little bit higher instead of trying to do it right here in the front. Just do it like a little bit higher up there. I think it'll look better like right there. Probably needs to be a little bit bigger though. One way to actually do the curve is actually get a 3D print of the item done, make a push mold. You grab one of these push molds, right? You pour in your resin, and when the resin is actually fairly soft, you pop it out real quick and you kind of put it on there and kind of let it like curve around the item. I've done it in the past, but it's kind of tricky though. There's actually, you know what it is? She's actually drawn a couple of different ways. I'll show you one of the other pics that I'm actually following. And I'm kind of following this one a little bit more. So I kind of follow that artwork a little bit more. Because like it seems every picture I find of her, the outfit is actually different. But I kind of like the one where it we kind of decided just to keep these gloves all the way up here, because if I had to attach this arm and then cut it here or do that, it would have been just too much of a messy look. So we're just gonna leave it like this. It's easier. Sometimes easier is a little bit better than trying to make it too complicated. Iceman, you can. There's a lot that can be done with that, but you have to understand that there's a lot of labor, there's a lot of fees, so there's only so far we can take these projects. At least people want to take them. You know, you can go all out on a project, but can't always have the funds and time and all that. That's kind of like the idea behind my projects. Gives you something you want without breaking the bank, in a sense. You know, hiring a 3D sculptor, printing it, painting it, things get a little bit crazy. So let's see if we can actually cut her mask. So her mask is a little bit weird. Alright, so you don't see her eyes. So that's good to know. Hey, butterfly. Just doing some commission items. We worked on Power Girl a little bit earlier. The way things worked out. Let's see, how does that mask go? Yeah, there is a point there. Okay. This is Laria. Lara or Laria? It's the X-23 statue from Sideshow. So I've been tweaking out the body. Did the outfit on her. So right now I'm just working on the mask. If I can get it right. I don't know how to pronounce the name. It's spelled Laira, and I'm thinking that's Laria, but I could be mistaken. Laria. Okay. I'm probably still gonna say it wrong when I do the video, but whatever. Just remember that, because when I do the video, I'm pretty sure I'll butcher it again. Just bitch me out in the comments. Yeah, it's called Safety Solvent. It's absolutely amazing stuff. That's why I always tell people, just get it. Yeah, I don't mind working on the Green Lanterns. It's just that I don't get a lot of people asking for them. This one piqued my interest though when the client wanted. We were gonna do the yellow lantern, carousel. But then when I was ready to start the project, he wanted to go with this one instead. And I said, hell yeah, this one looks awesome. So, which Green Lanterns are you working on? One of my favorites that I did was the Arissa. The Black Lantern Wonder Woman was fun, but Arissa was my favorite. Oh, that's good. Those are good characters, especially Guy Gardner. Funny, Guy is like one of the more popular guys out there, but they just don't produce them for some reason. There's a lot of characters that they don't make. Guy is definitely one I would think would sell. Yeah, hopefully they don't screw Guy up, because he's kind of an asshole. So hopefully they keep true to him. Yeah, but don't forget, Batman knocked his ass out though. It's one of my favorite scenes. My friend got me hooked on that. It was Doom Patrol, right? That he was in there for a while. I think that's kind of where I really started reading about him. Guy is great. He's a lovable asshole, basically. I was never really into reading the Green Lanterns. It's more of the Flash Family Guy type of fan. But it was what was it, the Black Lanterns and the whole Lantern Corp thing and stuff sort of got me into a little bit of it, but not enough to really pick up all the books. But I do like Guy Gardner stuff my friend gave me, which I kind of read in on. The old Doom Patrol was fun. I think it's what his interactions with Batman is what made me like him a lot. Take it easy, Butterfly. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day tomorrow. Don't eat too much candy. Yeah, my friend actually sculpted a Guy Gardner. I have to actually paint it up for him. He's doing all the those guys for when Batman punched him. It's actually in the other room. I'll get it for you if you want to check it out. I have to paint up 2 of them for him. He loves them so much, he kind of sculpted his own stuff as well. So this is hold on a second, get this back. So this is he did basically change of arm type stuff. You know, this is when he was making fun of Batman, and this is the little smirk he did. They're about 1/6 scale. I like the way he did the heads on them. Kind of a riot. All hand sculpted. You know, he works full time, has a family, but this is kind of stuff he does on the side for fun. He wants to make his own stuff. He also did Canary. I'll show her that to you in a second. This is the Canaries. Her arms are all over the table inside, so I can't really... But yeah, he wants to make his own little team and everything. He did Miracle Man and I forgot the other character. Miracle Man and Dr. Fate. I already painted those up on my channel. He's planning on doing all Batman next, I think. I mean, if you're a fan and you want a copy, I can send you there, unless you're not really into it, which is fine, but... Yeah, that's the fun thing about it. He kind of makes his own stuff, has fun. Get away from the wife and kids for a few hours, you know. Yeah, I don't know why they don't do more of those characters. They are popular, but I guess the companies just want to stick to the big 3 to make their money. So all you're gonna see is the same ones over and over. Which I understand, you're a business, but still. But with all the Facebook sculptors and 3D guys out there, you'll see everything under the sun be made, probably in another 2 years. What I would like to see is a Booster Gold and Blue Beetle made, the old school guys. I really got into Booster Gold and Blue Beetle when they were doing the 52. Not the new 52, but the 52 leading up to it. And that's kind of made me go back and pick up some old comics of those two. So I kind of like those. Those two would be a really good duo to have as a 1/4 scale. Trying to get this lined up correctly. It's a little tricky. I'm trying to follow the artwork too, but with 4 different masks. Trying to find that middle ground. A resin print? Are you talking about a 3D resin print? Or are you talking about a molded and casted resin? Because as far as 3D printing goes, I don't know much about that. But if it's a regular resin that you put in the mold and popped out, it's probably not cured. Skull Senpai, you gotta be a little bit more specific. If you give me some more details, I could probably help out. So I think I'm gonna add these 2 points though to her head another time. Trying to do it right now won't work. So just kind of cross it off. Skull Senpai, my question is it a 3D print or is it a resin cast that you pulled out of mold? And don't worry, I don't have a huge chat base where you have to ask everybody. You can just ask again. I'll try and answer the best I can. Yeah, so 3D resin stuff I don't know much about. Maybe the guys in chat might know. Basically, maybe it's just not cured. Maybe you gotta cure it a little bit more. That's the only thing I could think of. Alright, Green Zombie, I'll check it out later after the stream. Yeah, see, that's the only thing I can think of with a 3D print if it's not cured properly, because if you think about it, even if you put resin in a mold and you pop it out and it's shiny and it feels wet, that's a sign that it's not cured. Maybe you just had a bad mixture. Maybe it wasn't mixed properly. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know, do you guys, when you have 3D prints, are you supposed to shake the bottles? Yeah, see, a lot of the guys in chat are more 3D knowledgeable because they have it than I do. I don't have a 3D printer, so I don't really know that much about it. Almost lining up just where I want it. I think I gotta take it down a bit. I don't think it's too high. Yeah, it definitely was too high. Yeah, that looks a little bit better because when I do the hairline, it should fit. That will work. Yeah, I'll add a metal rod in there when I'm ready to do it. This way, if you watch the video I did on the Jean Grey, it'd be the same thing. What I'll do is I probably won't do the bangs right away. I'll do the hair kind of pulling into the back, Dremel the hole here, and then throw a metal rod out there, and then sculpt the hair onto that, and then do the ponytail, I mean the bangs afterwards. She's coming along though. She's moving a little bit faster than expected. No, the head was hollow. When I broke off the hair though, this back of the head was missing because it was like cut in half. So I rebuilt the skull with Abe's and Magic Sculpt and I sanded it down. So she's pretty much ready to go as far as that, you know. So the way her hair is sculpted, I'll have a lot of fun with it. It's got that like bushy, it's got like that really bushy part here. And then it kind of goes down to a thinner area. I have to ask the client if he wants like the cracked mouth, like in that one picture it's got that cracked mouth coming out of her, you know, all that red shit coming out of her mouth. That might actually look kind of cool. I'll have to paint that though. As far as her ring goes, I'm not sure yet how I'm going to do that. I might just have my friend print out little tiny rings and glue it on like I did last time. Or see what else you can do. I don't think we're going to do any blood effects because her mouth is actually closed. So I think when they actually do the blood effect stuff, their mouth is opened. So I don't think we're doing that. But I'm happy with the outfit though. Glad it worked out pretty well. I was a little bit worried in the beginning if I was going to be able to really chop up this X23, but came out pretty good. Iceman, you want me to get a 3D printer? I have no interest in one as of now. I understand they're amazing and everything, but I'll wait for the technology to be absolutely like key, and then I'll get one. You missed it all, Raz. We laughed, we cried. There was a hostage situation. It was crazy. I'm not sure yet how we're painting her up. We'll try to hash out those details down the line. Right now I just kind of want to get at least the figure pretty much going. If I can get the outfit done and I can get the boots done, then I can worry about the hair, and then we'll probably start planning out the paint work. It all depends on what people want, you know. Sometimes people like everything flat. Some people like pearls, metallics. So I have to kind of plan it. looking for any issues. Alright, a lot of that's patch. I thought about a clear resin piece out of the ring, but I'm not sure if that's what they want. It all depends on if it'll work. What we're going to be doing so like I've done with other bases, you know, like I always say, you can sculpt something and then you can cast it in clear resin and it could be amazing. But the time, the effort, the labor, and the cost of clear resin and molds is very, very crazy. So I talked to the client, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to use like this clear red stuff. So I'm thinking we'll do like different rocks, sort of like she's got the flames kind of around here, like in different layers, you know. And then maybe if we could find a decent file of a red lantern, maybe have that printed out and put it on the base too. You know, I could do something like, you know, instead of like a glowing thing, maybe like fire thing coming out of the ring. But I don't think, I don't know what we're going to do with the ring yet. It might be a simple ring or whatever. That's kind of like the idea for the base, because it's a little bit more cost effective. Hey, what's up, Terrell? I'll have to look at a lot of the action figure toys out there, because there's a lot of, like, you know, clear resin things that we could probably use. So we'll see what I could come up with. You know, they have yellow ones, and then they have like fire ones, but we'll use the red. And with costs going up these days on resins, you know, I kind of talked to the client and I said, look, you know, I could sculpt something here, and then we can mold it and cast it. You know, mold it, like 1 gallon mold is probably like $100, but now it's probably like $150 shipped. You probably would need 2 or 3 molds to kind of do all the parts, and then clear resin you need to do in the summertime, you know, and then that's clear resin is like $150 per gallon kit, and that stuff's toxic. You know, you can make stuff look amazing, and I always tell this to people, but once you start like hashing out pricing, details, labor, people are like, you know what, I just want to focus on the character and I really don't care about the base. You know, and even 3D printing stuff works fine too, but there's still cost in that as well. So that's the idea behind a lot of this stuff. It's like you mix and match parts, you come up with custom ideas, and you try to make something work without, you know, breaking the bank. Plus, I always like to focus just on the character anyway. I'm not really a fan of the crazy bases, you know, with the, you know, like, and a base like this with the little character kind of kills the item for me. I like to focus just on the character, so I think this is going to look pretty decent with her just kind of like jumping through rocks type thing. I mean, I've had people that want to go all out, all crazy, and like do an elaborate base and all this stuff. And then once we really sat down and we kind of priced it out, they were like, holy shit, forget it, you know? Because, what is it, Smooth On sent out an email a few months back, resins went up 7% across the board, pretty much. So when I ordered a trial kit of mold, it used to be like $40 shipped, now it's like $65, which is like crazy. Yeah, you can have something digitally sculpted and imprinted. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. But there is a lot of sculptors out there that'll charge you a lot. I don't know, everything's evolving and changing as we go. But I kind of still like doing this stuff. I like salvaging parts, trying new things with sculpts, you know. It's a one of a kind. It's not like, you know, you make an STL file and everyone prints it out. But, you know, the way resins are going up in pricing, I wouldn't be surprised if 3D resin, you know, starts really going up. That stuff might start sneaking up on you guys, so be careful. Well, that's the thing, Raz. You can save up some money, and you can hire somebody to do like your holy grail of grails of a character, and you can 3D print it yourself, and then you're done, you know? But 3D printing and sculpting is going to kill the hobby. Well, I look at it this way. If, you know, there's a lot of 2D artists out there that paint, draw, pastel, oil paintings that are amazing. And I think that's the same thing with sculpting. You can always tell like a Mark Newman sculpt. You can tell like a Daniel Bell sculpt. But with 3D sculpting, you're almost losing it in a sense. I like traditional sculpt, I don't know. I just like it a lot. Yeah, Daniel Bell sculpts digitally, but it's like his earlier stuff, it was like you could tell it was like him, you know, almost in a sense. But I think now, I don't know. There's so much good shit out there these days. I think everything is good. Yeah, yeah, fangirl. Resins are going up. Like I said earlier, there's a paper shortage now for comic books, novels, paperback books, you know, for like Barnes and Noble. So now there's a paper shortage. So that's going to go up. Comic books, they said the prices are going to go up a little bit. They're not making any more, whatchamacallit, second printings. So, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, once everybody starts having 3D printers, they really start jacking up the prices. Because the more and more people have resin, the more chemicals and stuff need to produce, then you'll know more people would say, well, it's killing the environment, and then they'll make something up that you have to pay a shitload more money. I need to go around the rod with some magic sculpt. Was a while back, I think the governments were trying to ban 3D printers because, you know, the whole, I said it before, the whole, oh, you can print firearm type stuff. But it was more about, you know, what we're doing here. You know, you could print out a statue, you could print out car parts, you could print out anything. I don't think they want that. Terrell, my question is, for 3D printer resin, is that stuff that has to be made and used within a certain amount of time? Because, you know, smooth on resin, it only has like a year shelf life if you don't open the bottle. But when you open the bottle, it's only got like 6 months, I think, something like that. So I don't know about 3D printers, but I do know regular resin is a year shelf life closed from the minute it's made. Then you have like 6 months when you open it. Yeah, so resin is not, I wish I could sit there and buy like, you know, a couple gallon jugs of resin and just leave it in the studio for when I need it. But sadly, it's not how it works, which sucks. But Iceman, I've had resin go bad. When I first bought resin, I used a lot of the resin, but I let it sit all winter long. So I would say I bought it probably in like, say, July. I used it, and then I didn't use it till like the springtime next year. And all of it like turned into a gel in the containers. And that's the smooth on resin. That's like the top of the line resins that are out there. So when I called them up, they said, yeah, it's got a shelf life. But print resin, I mean, it's resin. It might go bad on you. I don't know. You guys should check into that. I was making resin bases today and yesterday. A couple items I'm working on. So I took my friend's resin because he opened it up during the summer and he won't be using it for the winter, so I took it because I figured better not let it go to waste. Black car? Are you talking about my items? I just make one-of-a-kind customs. I'm not... These aren't 3D printed or And you can't really mold and cast these and sell copies because that's kind of like recasting, because these are like cut, you know, they're like a sideshow item or a Bowen Designs item that I'm making a one of a kind. So you really can't make copies of it. It's just kind of like you say you buy a Honda car, you know, and then you soup it up. You can't really sit there and make copies of it. It's kind of like they come after you, I guess. So that's kind of like the whole thing here. Yeah, even 3D scanning is sort of like kind of frowned upon in the hobby. You know, Hulk Smash, the one character that was shown in Future Fight, which was White Fox, from Marvel, that's actually kind of a really cool character. So imagine doing her like Tails, which is kind of like Naruto's Nine Tails, in like a clear resin with a cool. Somebody took the Slave Leia and made a STL file? That's interesting. See, I can't stop people from doing it. That's not my, you know, I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, you took an STL file and you scanned it. But as far as people doing it, it's, can't really stop them. And I'm not going to make a stink over it either. I basically just make the item, give it to the client or person, and then whatever happens, happens. You think they actually 3D scanned it? You sure they didn't just kind of like sculpt it real quick? Because it's not like Jessica Rabbit is really hard to sculpt. I would assume they just took a Jessica Rabbit from Sideshow and scanned it, or either that, whatchamacallit, sculpted it from scratch, because I think the two people, well no, the one I did, I sold it to a huge Jessica Rabbit fan, so, I don't know, I have no clue. Take it easy, fangirl. I mean, these days, like, scanning an item just to make copies of it and sell it is kind of like, I don't really see the point in it, especially with 3D sculpting now. I mean, hell, the future's going to be basically just download or pay for an STL file and print it yourself. I wouldn't be surprised if statue companies kind of start doing that too down the line in the future. But by then, you're going to have everybody on Patreon doing it. Unless somehow companies can come after you, you know, for licensing. I don't... Ooh, there was like somebody was telling me that they were thinking about trying to put like locks on 3D printers, so this way you weren't able to like print a licensed item. Not that that'll ever work, but I think it's too late. I think the technology is out there already, so they really didn't plan to stop it fast enough, so I think it's just too late. Black Carrot, I won't have part of it. I mean, if you found an item of mine or you paid for it or whatever, then you do whatever you want with the item. But I'm not going to actually send you an item to do it. I think for me, once the resin of a home printer is like polystone quality, is where I will be like, okay, I want a 3D printer type thing. But until it's kind of like polystone quality, I'm not really, because even like this resin here on this head, it's not bad. It's actually good resin, but dremeling into it, and it sort of feels like it might shatter at times. I like polystone because it lasts a long time. You know, 3D resins, I don't know enough that, like, say this company makes a 3D resin, that company makes a 3D resin. In 4 years, will that resin start to deteriorate? Will it leak? You know, I kind of want to know all that stuff. Oh, Black Carrot, you just need the pictures? I didn't know that. Well, Terrell, I think Adam Hughes goes after people that do his stuff. I know when they did that Supergirl on the Rock, that kit a while back, I think they sent a cease and desist letter to them, if I'm not mistaken. Not that anyone's gonna really like pay attention to it, but that's something I think happened. That's the other thing is, I personally would rather 3D print something and then make a copy of it in resin, because I know the resin's going to last. But the problem is, molding and casting, that's expensive and time consuming. So, when 3D resin is kind of like, just pure, like, perfect, that's kind of when I'll like, alright, it's time to get a 3D printer. I'm not knocking 3D printers, I'm just thinking it's still an early technology. For me, at least. Yeah, Hulk Smash, everything is just weird. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. If people enjoy it and I enjoy it, and then I'm happy. So she's got a lot of crazy hair. I gotta figure out how we're doing this hair. another couple years, we'll wake up, go into the kitchen, hit a button, and you'll print out a spatula. You'll print out a coffee maker. You'll do all kinds of stuff. Hulk Smash, at this point, I really don't care what's going on in the comic book industry until they start making comic books fun again. I gave up when comic books became PC culture and trying to make it real world issues. If they go back to making, you know, fun stories and stuff, I'll enjoy it. But as far as comic creators are getting the shaft, just leave the company and go to Kickstarter, because everybody on Kickstarter and Patreon are making way more money doing stuff than working for companies. You know, there's a lot of guys out there that, like, for instance, you know, the guy Dunden Foga, I forget how you say his name. He does artwork like this and he has a Patreon. The guy has a huge following, he probably makes great money, and he just does stuff like that. So why work at a company when you can have your fans follow you and make more money, you know? So that'll wake up the companies to say, okay, we gotta pay our artists more money for them to work for us, you know? It's a different world now. If you could come up with a really great character and storyline, why give it to Marvel or DC when you could go on Kickstarter and probably do way better that way? You know? But everything right now is about PC culture. It's political. It's, you know, just comic books aren't fun anymore. So if you want to leave the big, you know, companies, DC and Marvel, and you want to run to Kickstarter, if you make something really cool, I'm going to back you on it, because I'm looking at a lot of Kickstarter stuff now as it is. Yeah, it was probably around 2000, House of M. When House of M came out and they said no more mutants, and I read that storyline, that's when I dropped Marvel books completely. I was done with Marvel. I said screw this crap. So I moved over to DC, and I was reading all that stuff, especially with the Infinite Crisis and then 52. But when New 52 came out, I dropped DC and I stopped comics altogether. But now, you know, like, every time I turn on, like, a news article, it's about sexual orientation, it's about, political views, or this superhero's an activist now. It's like, whatever happened to the hero had to stop the villain taking over the world. You know, I want to escape from real world. I don't want to go and read a comic book about the real world. So that's why I think Kickstarter is where it's at now. I'm watching Jimmy Palati, I forget how you say his name, and Amanda Conner. They're doing a Kickstarter. I think it's Painkiller Jane. They're bringing that back. There's a couple, I think Scott Lobdell. He's doing a Kickstarter. So I'm just kind of checking those out to see if there's something maybe I might want to kind of back and get a couple issues. You know, supposedly Spawn, Medieval Spawn or whatever from McFarlane is kind of like the top comic book out there right now, because it's basically just about a comic book character. It's not injected with all this other crap. And then manga, of course, you know, like I love my Naruto. I could reread that all the time. I'm waiting when I get a chance to go into One Punch Man. Everything's just a mess. You know, I don't want to watch a movie or TV show about political views. I want to watch a movie or TV show to escape the real world and just watch something fun. That's why I don't watch movies or shows anymore. I may sound jaded and a broken record, but I vote with my wallet. If I don't like it, I don't pay attention, and I just don't, you know, give the people the money. And I reread my old books, you know, the old Young Justice stuff, Impulse, Captain Marvels, the old X-Men books. I got a lot of those trades. So I can sit there and reread those all day long. Now, I see where you're coming from, Hulk Smash, but I just want old superhero stuff. I like Naruto. It was about a kid who has to, you know, who's got the nine-tailed fox in him, and he's pushing to strive to make everyone, you know, prove him to everybody that he's, you know, going to be the Hokage and all this stuff. And there's no political crap thrown in there. You know, it's just about a kid trying to struggle and be recognized. But you pick up a comic book and it's all about sexual orientation. You know, it's like, well, it's a superhero. Why do I need to read about that? And I know I'll get hated for saying this stuff by certain people, but, you know, it's just my opinion on what's going on. You know, growing up since I was a kid, going to the what they used to call it, the 5 and dime stores, which were like quick checks, and buying comic books off the spin rack. You know, I was like, when I was able to ride my bike at like 8 years old, going down to the 7-Eleven or quick check, I was buying comic books since then, and that's why I love them. So that's kind of why I hate what's going on. But that's fine, you know, people are always like, well, if you don't like it, don't buy it, and that's the way I look at it. I don't buy it. You know, I don't hate them for doing it. It's just that, okay, well, if that's what you're going to focus on, I'm going to take my money elsewhere. And I buy more statues, and I make the characters I loved growing up that they won't make, and that's what I do. But these days, if you have an opinion, you're hated on, you're a hater, you're all the other words in the dictionary I can't really say on YouTube. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on these days. You know, in the old days, if you made something and it didn't sell or people didn't like it, usually the people asked why and they try and correct it. Now, if you don't like something, they're like, well, you're a bad person because you don't like my item. You know, and I'm not going political, and I'm not trying to, you know, go off on the deep end with political views or anything like that. It's just comic books. I just want superheroes versus villains, and I just want to escape the real world. That's it. It's not that hard. That's why growing up, I was never political. I didn't care about politics. I didn't give a shit about any of that crap. I just like to go to the store, get some X-Men comic books, and just read that stuff. The world could be burning outside, and I would just sit there and be reading my comics. Well, from what I'm reading now, and I know some people are saying it's not true, but a lot of the professionals are leaving the comic industry and they're going to Kickstarter. So, if all the people who are getting fed up what's going on leave, who's left? Who's the writers and who's the artists? If they're not the top names, are they going to be selling comics anymore? You know, I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, Substack is kind of where they're all going. The only thing with Substack is, some say you do get physical copies, but other people say it's only digital on Substack. I like to have the physical copy in my hand. That's just me. Well, X-Men was sort of political back in the day, but it wasn't like overboard. You know, it was about mutants being hated and, you know, blah blah blah. It was kind of like, you know, sort of real world, but it was their world. But now it's just, I don't know. Yeah, see, I'd rather just go to Substack and Kickstarter and Patreon. If I see an artist or writer I like there, I'll go and support them. I'm not going to, you know, buy Marvel or DC books where, you know, artists and writers tell me if you don't like my political views, don't buy my book or whatever. I just want to read a book about heroes. And the other thing too is, why change a character that has 30 years that being established a certain way? Why does all of a sudden that character change now? You know, if you don't like the way that character is, make a new interesting character that everyone wants to read. I guess that's why the local comic store by me is, I ask them when I go there once in a while, they're like, they can't sell any new books. They'll maybe order like 5 of them. Maybe one sells, but they say the back issues are selling like crazy. I don't know. Yeah, Iceman, I do that too. I watch all the 80s movies, 90s movies, you know, stupid stuff like Ace Ventura, Black Sheep, Tommy Boy, just something that's just funny, makes you laugh, and that's it. Now, new movies now, it's just, they inject all the politics into it, and it's just not fun. Politics has become a religion, and I think it's ruining everything. I know I'm gonna get crap for this video too by somebody. Watch. Can't have a view anymore too these days. If I ever disappear off of YouTube, then find me on some of the other mediums. That's why I say subscribe to my Picardo channel. Just in case YouTube is like, alright, you know what, you don't like comic books, we're gonna kick you out now. It, you know, it's funny, Raphael. Everyone I talk to feels the same way, but then you go on I think social media ruined everything. Social media killed the world, basically. Yeah, Hulk Smash. I mean, you know, if you want to make stuff that's political or that deals with real life world issues, that's fine. Go ahead and make that. But why do it on established characters, teams, and comics to get your point across? Why can't you just make up something new, interesting, and then people want that, they go there? You know? I don't, you know. It's injected in comics, video games, movies, TV shows, mainstream media. You know, you can't pick up anything these days without it in your face. I kind of like shut off all of it. I don't have cable. I don't watch movies or TV shows really. I don't read comics. I just kind of sculpt all day. I think we should get rid of social media and create forum groups again. So this way, people who like statues go to the statue forums. People who like knitting, they go to the knitting forums, you know? And let those groups and those communities deal with the drama on their own like they used to back in the day. It's funny, a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about now is kind of the stuff I talk about with my friends all the time. It's funny, I never signed up on MySpace, and I never signed up on Facebook. I've only done Instagram and Twitter just to post stuff of my updated videos. I don't actually go on that stuff to talk, and I'm been very happy. Everyone else I talk to, all they do is bitch about it, so... Yeah, it's all about the likes and stuff, you know, I still get crap because I'm not on Facebook from my friends. Yeah, Hulk Smash. I think a lot of the problem is when you get new writers. Now, I'm not saying it's only new writers. I'm saying some of the old writers do it too. If I was like the editor-in-chief of like Marvel, I would tell anyone who wants to write this character, you have to know the backstory. You know, you can't just sit there and say, okay, the character is like this now. Go to the comic book store, pick up some trades, really read about the character, and then write about him, you know? Don't sit there and just say, oh, well, I feel the character should be like this. Same thing with movies. You know, like the DC Batman and Superman stuff. It felt like some intern went to the comic book store, picked up 3 random issues, and they made a movie on those 3 issues, which were completely different timelines. So stuff like that kind of just, you know, being a pure comic book geek kills me, you know. Yeah, Raphael, I, like even on statue form, there's a political section. I don't even sub to it. I never ever turned it on. I don't care. And anytime somebody starts getting political, I just, like, get out of the thread. I just don't care. No, I don't want to cover up her booty, but she has a lot of hair, so I don't know if we're going to do the hair that's in this picture here, which is kind of like more like thinner hair, whereas, whatchamacallit, oops. If you look at her old artwork, she's got like that really crazy puffy hair, so I think I might have to really kind of bring the hair back. The other artwork had that really crazy hair, so I'm not sure yet what we're doing. Right now I'm just kind of getting an armature, and I'm going to use freeform air to get the basic structure, and then, because if I use Aves, it'll be way too heavy. Terrell, that's never going to happen, especially on social media. Like I said, my videos, when I post my videos, I have to wait like a couple hours for them to get checked if they're not offensive or anything else, you know, because just keywords are always flagged. I'm pretty sure this one's gonna get flagged, watch. Can't talk about this stuff, not allowed to. And yeah, and I'm not joking either. If I say the W word, that'll probably get me flagged. Hands are kind of still a little soft, but I think hands are looking pretty decent for her. Alright, Black Karen, thanks for stopping by. Chris, well, there's so much stuff you're not allowed to say anymore. You know, my videos get flagged if I say. I mean, I'll say it now. It'll get flagged like skin tone. If I talk about skin tone, the video gets flagged because they think it's a racist video. I don't know. I'm not doing anything with this base. I think the client's going to probably put her on a edge of a building on his end. I think he said he has a building ledge he likes that he might 3D print out for her. So if she's standing on like the edge of a building, I think that would look really cool. So if it's a ledge right here and she's kind of like, you know, this foot's kind of back below the ledge type thing, it might work. So I think he says he's got that on his end. But so as far as Giganta, we're pretty much in a good position. So what I'll do is I'll sand this down when I get a chance, and then maybe I'll figure out what to do with it. I'm gonna buff this and sand that down, and I'll do the same thing with the back. Yeah, we're kind of just doing some dinky stuff right now in it, Raz. Once I get this basic little knick-knack stuff done, I could actually start working on the skirt and shirt. But figure it out. Hulk Smash, I do it all the time. I'm always redoing keys and stuff for statues or swapping out stuff. So I'm at the point now where I'm so used to doing it, it doesn't bother me anymore. I mean, I did it with her, you know. So basically, I put a rod up her leg. I took out the original rod that was here. So I put that rod there, and then I did all this stuff with the key. So now she slides in there much more sturdy than the way they had her. Scooby Girls are good. Daphne's done, but I'm not going to do a video until I do Velma. So tomorrow, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to clean out Velma, and I'm going to start painting her tomorrow. So if I can get a lot done tomorrow, Velma should be done within maybe a week or two. I just got backlogged on stuff. Hulk Smash, I do it. If I was going to use the original base for her, I would just Dremel out a little area and retweak it. It's fine. It's not that hard. Unless it's like a Sentinel base or something that's you can't really just kind of like drill a hole and put it on. You got to kind of tweak things. So you have to kind of play it by ear and see if it'll work or not. Yeah, tomorrow's Velma day, so as long as nothing goes tomorrow, I can wake up, I'm going to wet sand her down, I'm going to dry her out, get it all nice and clean, and then after lunchtime I'm going to sit there and do the skin tones, and then if I get a lot of the skin done, maybe I can do maybe the socks or something. I'll see how far I can get tomorrow. Well, what I'm thinking with this one is I want to get a small Flash statue printed, like either Flash running or standing there, because in a cartoon, for some odd reason, Flash is always with her, at least in the pictures I see. So I was thinking of maybe doing like a lake. You know, maybe something like a lake or something here, or like an edge of a lake, so I can use this clear resin stuff. So I can use this crystal clear resin stuff, so I don't have to buy any kind of crazy clear resin. I don't know. I got to figure it out. I don't want to make it too small to make it look like she's humongous and like, you know, thousands of feet high. I want to try to, you know. The other thing too I was thinking is maybe it's kind of hard because she's got the foot up. You know, and I don't want to put anything submerged in water. I have to figure it out, because if I do something of a lake here, I have to figure out what this would be, and I can't put a pier here because that means her foot would be in the water, you know? So I'll plan it out as I go a little bit further. That's not bad, you know. Maybe what I could do is a mailbox here, get a 3D print of a mailbox, and then put like a street corner here, and make it look like Flash is running underneath her legs. It's not a bad idea, you know. Sort of have a. This is like the street, you know. There's kind of a. You know, here's the little lines in the middle. Here's a little manhole cover. Here's a mailbox, and Flash is running. Something like that I could do. I already looked on those 3D sites that sell STL files, and there's tons of Flash items out there. I just want to do something more of in line with the Justice League stuff, because she is a Wonder Woman villain, but in an animated cartoon it seems that Flash is always around her. So I think, and I like Flash better anyway, so maybe I'll do something like that. There was one really cool picture of a Flash I found where somebody actually made the fat Flash, like when like all the superheroes got like really fat in the cartoon. I thought that would be funny to have the Flash sitting here. I don't know. Hulk Smash, I'm not really sure on scale. I figure whatever I put underneath her foot, I have to scale that character to that. Now, she's Giganta, so she grows in any size she wants. So she doesn't have to be 50 stories tall or 5 stories tall. She could be any size she really wants to, so. So we'll see what I could come up with. Like I said, I don't want to go crazy with base. I want to make a nice simple base and focus on the character. You know, I could print out the whole Justice League and you can have them all fighting her, but I don't really think it'll fit next to a Wonder Woman statue too much, you know? Yeah, there's a lot of Flash stuff out there I can get, you know? But I'll see. We'll go. Now that I think about it, I'm thinking more of the street corner, maybe a mailbox or something here, and then like a street or whatever. See, I'll come up with something. For now, I'm just gonna keep focusing on her, and as things go on and I come up with other ideas, we'll see. But I think that's where we're gonna cut the stream. Maybe what I'll do is I'll get Velma kind of cleaned up before I call it a night now, so this way tomorrow I could just start painting. But it was a fun discussion tonight. I had a lot of fun with you guys. Hopefully they change the comic books and we get back to old school stuff, but we'll see what happens. I'll see. I'll do some more research on Flash stuff, looking up. Maybe it'll work. We'll see. But you guys have a good Halloween weekend. Don't eat too much candy, and Don't forget to sign up on Picardo, because I'll probably do some more streams during the weekdays next week as well. So you guys have a good one.